to pause it like during lunch?
No, but I can try.
Okay, I will also try. We both try. One of us.
But I need my screen.
Remember.
So how will this work?
What do you need?
I
just
just,
put it.
just you have a lot of recording like this.
That's fine.
That's
And the most important thing is the sound, no? So yeah, just close all the.
So yeah, cool. Good morning. Hello, how are you? Hi. Yeah, today is the first time I teach a class, so I actually will need your help. And if you yawn, I'm gonna yawn, and that's gonna be fun. Yeah, my first question is, how was the homework? Cool, easy. Do you have any questions? I kind of would like have 15 minutes for like homework review and stuff. Otherwise, I'll stay. Yeah, and those of you who have been reviewed by me apologizes because I reviewed in a very different way than Alina, so you actually probably didn't even see my reviews.
I'm sorry for a bunch of comments.
Yeah. I also have some feedback based on what we saw in your homework. It's all of us have some feedback. And before that, as you said, I don't know if everybody heard, but the toilet kitchen. The sink in the toilet doesn't really work, so wash your hands in them. Yeah. First things first, do you want to tell them that they can actually do something, Hussein? Yeah.
Sometimes they forget to save, so when they log his laptop or anything, they will have to write the code again.
Yeah.
So there is an option in the setting on Visual Studio, save on change. So you don't have to save all the time.
Where is it?
So it's very easy for. So go to the setting.
Settings.
Down.
Here, down.
Down from the icon for second on the corner. Yeah. Where's the Visual Studio?
It's on the other side. On the other side. There.
Yeah. You go here.
Settings.
Yeah. And if you can see save auto, you can change it to save on change, focus change.
Sweet.
So you don't have to save all the time. Yeah.
Nice. I hope you don't mind, but I'll put this off because it will, yeah. That was one thing. And there was another thing, because a lot of you are working on CodePen, which is awesome. But it's makes a funky thing happen.
Yeah.
You want to say?
Yeah. So I've noticed that some of you working on CodePen, it's really nice for you. You can do it like whatever you want, but I would recommend you to start it right away. So you get to know Visual Studio Code like from very beginning, and it's responsive design starting, so it will be easier for you. So remember to connect your HTML file with CSS file, so you can see the style. If you have any question, I don't know, should we show it like right now? Or,
the CodePen?
Yeah, or maybe if someone have question how to do it, I can explain.
Yeah.
Like personally. And remember about saving, Control-S or Command-S, it's really magic. So you don't have to, not CodePen, but Visual Studio Code.
Oh, sorry.
So if you go to, oh my God, I don't know. If you change something, and here is like this circle, so that means that you change something and this file is unsaved, so you just press Command-S or Control-S and it's saving. Yeah, and use Visual Studio Code for it, because like in future, everything you'll have in Visual Studio Code.
Yeah, and you can have them different extensions.
Yeah, and in future, like you have like 50 files and you have to switch between them. So it's much more easier and practical. And yeah.
But that being said, I, for right now, totally recommend you to use CodePen or at least continue using it because, because in CodePen, you have something with, how can I write some code here? Start coding. You have this thing here that formats your CSS, makes it all look much better. So for example, and you can also format your HTML. You created a lot of divs, right? Imagine this, you've just create a lot of divs, and then you would have to close all these divs. But since your code looks funky, you won't know which div, how many divs, where the divs are to close them. You write the code here, you click format HTML, and it's gonna have everything lined up, smooth, nice.
I'm sorry, will on VS Code prettier does the
That's
same?
also
Yes.
true. Yeah, but I kind of didn't want to mention prettier, but then again, now that you mentioned it, you go to extensions and you have prettier.
Yeah, and like it will be nice if everyone will have it, if you don't have it yet. So it will help you like to have your old text close, and to like your code will have better structure, so you get used to it faster. And
It just makes everything prettier.
Yeah.
And there is also, like, you can set it up this way as when you push
Save.
Control F, so when you save, it's automatically aligned and edited.
It's like a ninja comes on your code and make everything better. Yeah.
How should we do that setting to make it prettier every time we need to move?
Like when
Settings.
you, extension settings.
And you see where it is. It must be here. Save. Whenever blah 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 blah. No, I
It's
don't know.
somewhere in the setting of VS Code.
Okay. Here. Is it?
Yes, something
Save on format.
Yes.
Open VS Code by tapping Command plus comma. If you use Mac, Control plus comma, blah blah blah. What is this?
Editor, yeah.
Command comma.
Format. There is a save option.
Okay.
No, format.
Format alone?
Format. Like this one. Yeah.
Yeah.
Figure it out. That's perfect. So I'll copy this. And, so everybody has it. There you go. Deal. Done with pretty perfect. Next one. Alina, do you want to share a few things, or should I talk about naming convention and
Yes, for naming conventions, we've seen lots of you using like the underscore to assign class names that have more than one word inside of it, which is like, okay, but usually we use kebab case for this for assigning classes for CSS. Kebab case, that means you have this like dash between words. Yeah.
well, not this
Yes.
this one, red box.
Yes. So it is better if you use this convention because it's more commonly used, I would say. And if you get used to like this convention, you get used to like how 95 maybe % of
Yeah.
companies work actually.
Yeah.
So yes, we got aware of
Yeah.
that there are more naming conventions. There is BM.
This is about that.
Yes.
So
Don't really know if many companies in Denmark use it.
well, we use it. So there's two big naming conventions that everybody uses. This is called camel case, and this is called kebab case. Alina has explained that the difference between them is a minus and a capital letter here. Most people use camel case for JavaScript, so that's why 95% of companies use kebab case for their CSS. So you don't confuse them. When you see red box like written like this, you know this is a JavaScript thing, and when you see it written like this, you know it's a CSS. Now it becomes funny because a lot of companies use this situation. I'm actually wanted to show you here, but I actually don't have good examples. I'm just gonna prove that we use it like that. Yeah, this one. It means eyebrow navigation, which is a big object. It has menus in it and menu items. So when you have this big object, it has some menus. And then you target it specifically. most times, most companies use this because they want to use JavaScript and manipulate longer named classes. If I'm going to go to eyebrow navigation, you're going to see a lot of big names there. But the real reason why people don't use that is with this example, the stick figure. You have a stick man and you want to talk about its head, 2 arms, 2 feet. The idea is that you go with this one. Say like, hey, a stick man has a head. So blah, 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 referring to the stick man's head. Its arms, stick man's arms, stick man's feet. Does it make sense? I'm bad at explaining things, so.
But should we use the kebab case?
We
or,
recommend that you use kebab
yeah.
case.
Okay.
Even if you see like stickman head, I would use kebab case all the way through.
Because later on you will study JavaScript and then
Things through.
yeah.
Yeah, you have to switch
So
something in your
you
own
have
mind.
to like have some system so that you go from kebab case to camel case. Because if you have like these underscores, that might get a bit messy, I guess.
Yeah, it's gonna make it difficult. Yeah.
So we will use it in the future. then.
Probably not, but you will use it at work. Not, I don't think during our classes you will ever use this. No. Because it's, again, there's no point in us trying to get you to use something that will be.
I guess
fuck
if
up
you
with-
later come to a company that uses it, you
Yeah.
just get used to it. I mean, yeah.
Yeah, every company that I ever have worked with uses Camel Case for CSS, Camel Case for JS. One company uses this thing. Yeah. Any questions? Sweet. Then is my personal thing about one thing, which is H1s. I'm a stickler on using it because it's such an easy way to so when Google will index your code, it will look for H1, and if it doesn't find the H1, it will flag your code as inappropriate, and you get a smaller score. So your website will never be on the first things, first results. The easiest way to deal with that, because I get it, like H2, you want the style of it. You can just name a class or forcefully just put your H1. This is the style for H2, for example, and just restyle your H1 to look like this. Your page should have one H1. If you have two H1s, is again weird. They mean, so when somebody indexes your website, will look at it as a table of contents. So table of contents is the H1, is the big title that is looking for. If you have your CV, for example, I would strongly recommend that your name is an H1. If you have a web shop that sells stuff, I would strongly recommend the H1 is the web shop's name, and then you have a description tag and a description meta tag with what you want Google to show whenever you Google your web shop. And why is my laptop dying? My laptop dying. Yeah. The last thing I've seen some homeworks that have inline styling, and I've actually seen some homeworks that have almost no styling, and I strongly recommend that you use CSS in your thing. That's kind of obvious, but
Like when it comes to styling, and I guess the biggest mistake is to think that CSS is something very easy. It's not really. When you come to
Yeah.
some like complex projects, when you use like different like animations and everything. So it would be nice if you're comfortable at least like with some CSS basics. So you can go to some more advanced concepts. So style
please.
projects.
Okay, I just wanted to ask, you said, for example, for our CV, the name would be better to be H1, right?
Your specific name, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Because when
Because, you know, the last time.
Yeah.
That's why, for example, like, I didn't use H1.
Yeah.
I used H2, and then I went on the CSS and style it.
Yeah.
Because the last time it was like, yeah, we don't actually use H1, so that's why I didn't.
if I said it, I'm sorry to confuse you. You should always have one H1 on your page, no matter what you code. And if nothing makes sense to be an H1, you put a H1 display none, so then it's hidden from people's eyes. But you need to have it because Google will go and when you inspect your page, I'll have to probably talk about inspecting pages, but I have a feeling all of you know it. If you go here and you go to Lighthouse, this is an easy tool that Google helps you analyze your page. And if there's no H1, it flags it. It goes like, hey, dude, where's your H1? So it's, yeah, they tell you to do these things. Yeah, I don't know. You can also stick it to the boss. And since your website is never, maybe you don't care what appears in Google searches, you just have a CV that you share to people, then fuck Google and don't put any H1. Like, just use divs everywhere, which is another thing that will score you lower because you don't care. It's just if you want a website that is indexed. I work with Selling, so our website, when somebody searches for Bilka, they should find Bilka first and not, some forum talking about Bilka. So this is important for us. But I used to work at another company that we didn't give a fuck about these things.
Which one helps with the Google search?
Yes. Yes, it gives you like a couple of points. You see, like, this is a really well-performing website, but without the H1, it's probably gonna be 94, maybe. And if you only use divs, then this will crash. Maybe not performance, but accessibility will definitely go to 50, 40, just because you only use divs.
Well, they do have some issues.
Yeah, they do. It's funny because they're the HTML CSS school. Haha. Sure. Should we move to the class itself? Wonderful. Do you mind if I ask a lot of questions? Because I know that you guys will know a lot of these things, and I would definitely love if I can have you explaining the class instead of me being up here and talking. Are you comfortable with that? Me asking questions to the class? Yes, makes two of us. Yeah. So I had before that, this is my things today. Toilet announcement, yes. What did you not understand? Yes. Naming convention, yes. Use CSS, code, pen, style, sheet, link. This is from the last class stuff I wanted to talk about. Kebab case, camel case, naming convention is crazy. Labor for, yeah. Sweet, done. I can get this out of the way. I am so looking forward to talking about Flexbox. Have you guys used Flexbox before? Have you had some fun with Flexbox? Yes, this will be fun. Yay. But before that, we will talk about block and inline flow. I will put this thing on our common group so we all have it. I don't know if you have it. So does anybody know the difference between display block, display inline? Because these are the closest ones.
Block is like vertically and inline it's going horizontally.
That's the effect. That's really good. Yeah.
Display block take whole line.
Bingo.
And inline block take length of the element.
Yeah.
And you can add more in the same line.
Yeah.
And
let's find out. I do this. Yeah, there's also inline block, a third one, and there's also display none, my favorite one in the world. Yeah, this is what I do when I don't know names, and I don't know names. I really don't know names. I have block. We got context. This doesn't matter right now. Flex root is the same. Grid is going to be a pain in the behind. We have inline block, inline flex, inline grid, inline table, and the last one is display table. Display table and display grid are the same. Is there any difference? Does anybody know any difference? Display grid and display table. Yeah. Is display grid or display table new for anybody in the room? 1, 2. That's perfect. Then I'll the grid splits your screen into a grid, and you can tell it. Do I have a display grid here? No. Let me show you. It's easier if I show display grid versus table. There you go. Because these are very similar. Yeah,
Down, CSS display.
was there a better example there? Well, actually, this is how grid goes. You tell. You think this one's better?
CSS display.
Sweet, sweet. So page is display grid, makes everything a grid. Says grid column for the section header is 1/3. So this one is 1/3 of the whole page, which means that the section main will, if you don't put it there, it's automatically taking 2/3. This zone menu, what's zone menu? Zone menu, this thing is taking 29% of it. Sweet, fine, I have no idea. And do I have a table? Table is much more funky because table is actually a table. Or table. Table. Where's table? Text recognition, exact table. I don't think that's going to be an example. But display table. I'm just going to rush through things because I think when you start using it, you will totally get it.
Wow.
Okay. You knew that this is going to happen, right? Yeah. Display table. Display table, display table, display table, display table. Come on. See, I dug myself in a corner right now. I'm just going to go to our Hack Your Future page, and I'm going to change display of something to display table. So I am on this title. I'm going to write here instead of flex table and see what happens. Wow, nothing happened. Wow, great. Table. Table column. Where are you? It ran off. It ran off. But yeah, the idea with display table is that everything will have a column, so you can tell the element inside it. So maybe I'll go on article and I'll make this a display table. Display table. And how do I write a column or table? Display table column. This is pure improvisation, showing you guys exactly how we do it in the professional world. So column left display, how is it supposed to work? Fuck, I should prepare this. Yeah, this is how I use table, in the sense that table is a tag and table has columns, table right. Yeah, I actually know that one of the homeworks at least had this. And the way they go is that this one is table row underneath it. Let's see what happens. I'm also quite curious. I never use table, as you could tell. So this go table row. Nothing happened. Okay, that's not too bad. Oh, what about table column? But it shouldn't happen anything because this also needs to be displayed. Table. Hey, something happened. Now it's a row, but why is it because that? Yeah. Let's presume I know what I'm doing, and we're gonna move to the next one because this one I actually know what we're doing. So the idea with the block and the inline block is that block actually inline will do this to your code, while block will put everything on different rows. It will treat every element as if it has a breakpoint between them. That's the beauty of it. So the moment you, yeah, it's the second one. The place where you would want to use this is if you have something inside something else and you want this thing to be full. In reality, you'll probably use Flexbox for a lot of stuff, or just not put, because the display block is the default. So if you don't write display block, it means it is display block. Proof of concept being, I deleted all the displays. It is the default. Sweet. Now let's talk about something I know. Position. Do you know what position absolute does?
Content over the whole content.
Yeah. Yeah. So position absolute gives the place as fixed, well, not a fixed because that's position fixed. And yeah, a position where it's no longer relative to the content. I'll show an example that makes more sense. Do you know what position fixed does? Because I just mentioned.
It's
Yeah.
just used for the menu, for example, for the nav bar. So if you scroll the page, so it will be in the same position.
Yeah. So if you want to put a nav bar on your page and you want it to always be there, it will never move. It will constantly be bothering everyone, even when they scroll way down. If it's absolute, it will be there, but once you scroll, it's gonna go away. What about, what's that one? Static? Sticky?
It's like I think it should scroll and yeah, but
Yes.
it will be staying for a few minutes, no?
Yeah, position sticky is gonna be,
It's for animation.
it's great for animation. The thing that position sticky is mostly is that if you have a div, which is like a long piece of text and whatever, and it has a fixed height, so it's scrollable. If you put sticky, then your element will be there when you scroll the div. It's kind of like absolute. And relative, this is my favorite one. Should I try somebody?
No, it's according to this position.
Yeah. Do you have any idea what position relative does?
Position relative.
Yeah.
Actually, I think it displays the content relative to the devices. I believe.
Yeah.
The web page.
Yeah. Yeah. So if you have an element inside another element, the position relative places it relative to the corner of this element. So you can say it's 80 pixels from the top, 50 pixels to the left inside this element. And this element can be part of a bigger thing. Right. Now let's see what smarter people than me have already wrote. So increase the distance upwards from the bottom, style and the flow, but offsets relative to itself. So position relative of this one, which is hiding there, is 100 pixels. If I will delete 1, 0 is going to be 10 pixels. What happens with the element? Oops. Whoops. Maybe it wasn't that one. Maybe it was another one. Oh, it went down. You're right. Absolutely right. Or did it go up? What is it true? Yeah. And position absolute, it's taken out of the flow, which means that it's absolute compared to the upper corner of this thing. So if I'm going to put 100 here, it went down. Sweet. What if I, you can also use left for it. Left is 30 pixels. Shit, it moved, which is pretty awesome if you're going to have a div. I use position absolute and I always feel dirty for doing it because it's not a good thing to do, but then again, there's no other real option. I never use sticky. I always use relative because I like to code inside the block. When you have like a project and you want to split your elements in separate things as you would, let's say you have an image with a dog and some text next to it, and this is a component and you call it, what's a good name for an image of a dog with some text there? Suggestions? Like it's an article? Yeah, I will say it's a, yeah, container, yeah, whatever. So I'll call it an article. And you want to repeatedly use this thing, but you always want to code inside it, and you want to have things relative to itself, but then you want to move this dog and image in different places. So you want your layout to always look the same inside it, but you can move the component around. Right. Yeah, there's more to this positioning. There's an article here where you can read. Besides positions, you also have float. Judith has made this example where you can see what happens when an item is floating or when an item is not. She also put a width of 30%, which will make things look differently. But if you had a text and you want your image to be on the left side, you would use float. Where else could you use it? Like if you have two side panels? Yeah, yeah, you also do that. Yeah, I don't know. I think
in that case, why you use
say?
why do you use float instead of giving the image something like absolute position and then you use it? Or...
Yeah, just because I would always avoid using position absolute because it's very fixed. While if you use float, your page is more relative. It's more dynamic, so I can. But again, I would always use Flexbox.
But yeah, why we don't use Flexbox just to give the position flex and it's really.
Yeah, but that's what we probably would do in every situation. There are some sometimes when inside of Flexbox you have two elements that are somebody else decided that the display needs to be different than Flexbox. I don't know. I would always use Flexbox. I can show you in my own code here that we have position left. Let me copy the whole thing. Position left. Spaces. So we have one location where we have float left. And it's because it's an error message. This error message will have to. What position does the error message have? No idea. Let's find out because. Blasted. Yeah, this comes from the backend, the whole message thing, so it doesn't really have. But the only reason we use left is that we want this error message to be inside the element. And in this situation, we cannot really use a Flexbox because it's in some other thing and blah, blah. But in any other situation, we will use Flexbox and we will align stuff to the left.
So normally you don't use this position something.
Normally, yeah, but normally you would avoid using position, but we always use it when we have to. It's because it causes more problems to use it. Actually, this one's relative, this one's static because we want it to always be there. So we have to. This is a icon, MDI icon. Inside some other thing that is relative to its parent. So position relative is awesome. It's your friend because it makes things stable inside your component. But then everything else, like position absolute, this takes your element outside your component, and then you don't really want weird behaviors to happening. If you have to use position absolute, yeah, it needs to be a special situation. This button, for example, must be, I don't know, sticking somewhere. Position fixed makes a lot more sense because position fixed is fixing your element. So if you can use fixed instead of absolute, it's much better because it's still relative to your element. Also sticky. Yeah, but as you see, we actually use a lot of positions, which means our code should be rewritten. It's yeah. I wonder how many. I have 441 results. Right? That's a lot of positions. Right. They make a lot of sense when you write code, but the only thing that I think you should let's make this exercise. So the exercise says make the headline sticky when scrolling. Put the image caption on the image. Made the sidebar stay at, well, their side when scrolling. So the sidebar will probably have to be sticky. And yeah, headline sticky. Put the image caption on top of the image. Make sure the chat form stays in the right bottom corner. Should we all try to do this? I'll take this on my own side and I'll do it with you live. So I also have no idea how to do it. Make the headline sticky when scrolling. I'll put it in the group right now. I'll just put it right now. If you open the Notion one, you'll see it, but you just have it directly. So. Make this. This is,
Guys, we are ready to ask us.
Yeah. Put the image. Exercise. And let's write my horrible code.
That's the point, right? I'm good with searching.
Thank you. This is what I need actually. Yeah, I keep talking to yourself. That's how you become a programmer. We did the same thing. We even saved it. Is this because yeah, so that's something like yeah, exactly. This one because we deleted that part. You know, we deleted that, so that's why. You know what? Go out. No, we don't need to get back to the present. How we work What I want to know why the picture over.
Lucky with it.
I actually opened my code pen 2 days ago. And I was like, oh, I had this exercise.
Yay. Oh man. Poor. Let's be home.
You basically can just play around with it.
It's so nice.
Yeah.
This is what I do all day. I just play around with stuff. And,
I mean, isn't it like part of your work? It is.
yeah, yeah. No, now I wish teaching would be part of my work.
You don't have any freshmen in the company to mentor?
Not yet, but I'm trying to do with Jean, but he's on the other team. And he's been working from home for past whole week. So, you know,
How's he doing?
I don't know. He's been at home. We do a lot of socializing and communication, and he's missed all of them. So.
Not really.
But the other team likes him, so he's doing
Do you
good.
have like any homework policy, like remote work policy?
Just do your job, be there for the stand-up meeting. Same, relaxed.
It's like from 9 to 3, that's mandatory in the company where I'll be working. Some people actually just work from 9 to 3. One guy is the front end developer. He has some house issues, so he only works until 3. And
Yeah,
he's done.
yeah, but that's normal.
If I don't feel like
But that's how it should be. I also think it's very fair. Like I like to go at work around 7 because breakfast is served, so then I don't need to work. And yeah, sometimes I finish after 3, but that's just because I'm an idiot and I'm Eastern European.
yeah, our team lead starts at 7 from home.
Yeah.
And then he comes to the office like by 9
Yeah.
because the stand-up is at 9.
Exactly.
And so he's like, if he doesn't have any meetings,
Yeah.
until like afterwards. So he's like, he's going home.
Because the picture is under the page, like H1 is under the picture. And mine is you know, there's one picture, mine is not. Yeah.
I do the WordPress, and sometimes the actual coding was like the margins and the stuff. When to use what percentages.
I won't say that.
And like mine has answered the second one like automatically. My brother is
So it wasn't working because it was like another person did something Yes. Ah, no,
They're very similar because they work the same.
You can't ask me. No, no, you can. Margin. Huh?
Are you getting
Probably. So if you go to the right section, Japanese, this red. This is why it's going to change. You have to fix this first. And I think this is the requirement of this right button should get my value also the position.
For example,
Yeah, you see, it's here.
And
One year.
Yeah, you can't just place a number and so there are multiple units. You have to use the unit size. Like in mathematics, like every category. So no,
So right, left.
Everybody has something like this. I don't know
Yeah, because if
I don't think
yeah, it's
So how is everybody doing? How many people have managed to finish 3 out of the 4 exercises? At least. How many people have finished at least 3 out of the 4 exercises? Almost everyone. Got 2 here that are super. What challenging things or interesting things did you hit? And we can do that in break because we're gonna have a break after this. So what funky things? I know that Raman's one is weird because most of you should have gotten something like this. Let's make this smaller so you can see it. Where the text is actually underneath the image. Come on, go away. Like this. Most people should have gotten this because, yeah, the text is underneath the image. Did everybody get at least the text to be sticky?
So this is the right way to do it, or is it should it be the other way around? The text is
yeah.
in front of the image.
If we want to fix this, we would put a Z index 10, but I didn't say anything about Z indexes, so the right way would have been to have it underneath it.
Okay.
It's 10.
Sorry.
Just number 2.
Or just 1. Sweet. Then the next one says put the image caption on the image. Anything interesting on this one? What was the funny things you got? Okay, so this one was easy. What is the image? Which one's the image? The image is figure, position relative, caption. Everybody use pixels, but you can also use percentage, which should do something, well, almost correct. Come on, do something else. Proving me wrong right in front of the class. That's so rude. Anyways, what about the point number 3? Make the sidebar stay on the side besides the text. Yeah, that's a side thing. Anybody tried something else besides position fixed? Absolute, maybe someone, or sticky.
Try and stick, it doesn't work. About absolute, it's just moves.
Yeah, you're right. It doesn't work. It's crazy. But probably the way that we all figure, because I also did this right now first time, was just to type there and see whatever works and how it looks. Try to get it right. Here left 90%. I chose. Probably you guys chose in pixels because it's the normal way of doing it. Yeah. Any luck with making sure the chat form stays at the bottom? Fixed? Yeah. You.
yeah, I just yeah, it's by default, it stays on the bottom.
Yeah,
I did absolute and it stays.
yeah,
Yeah, with currents, it's weird because it's stay on the bottom. Absolute, which is all on.
yeah,
Yeah, but I don't know why it doesn't.
yeah. Look, it's mine as well.
Yeah.
If you use absolute, it's gonna be in the middle of the page, and now it's at the bottom because the page is small. But if you check the code for it, so in the inspector here, where is it? Where is it? Where is it? So it's the form. Okay. So I use absolute right now, and I put it bottom 10, right 10, and it's in the absolute bottom, but it's actually not. It's somewhere in the middle of the page, because the way it's computing it, you can click on this tab here and see computed. It goes, where is it? Where is it? Bottom, 10 pixels. If I have no bottom on it, which is probably what you just mentioned, the bottom becomes the random number that the browser decides that it should be. So it's no longer a human deciding, it's the computer deciding. It says like, yeah, well, I think you want it to be at the base, and just puts it at the base. You can do it with absolute. I think absolute was not the intended way, but I think it works as well.
Sorry, but do you mean that if we go from mobile device, it will go somewhere
It will,
else and
yeah,
can
yeah.
spoil everything?
Yeah, unless you give it fixed positions with right and bottom, or in this case, it was right. But
The right way is to give it fixed position.
yeah, what's happening is that the normal way is to give it like if you want to use absolute, you will use left and top. You can use right and bottom. It's up to you. But it's all the other ones are left and top, I think. Left and top, and that's why it's a bit confusing when things are like that. So now it should be, it's right here, left and top, where I put it. And if you use percentages, this is the way you could use absolute. You put 90%, it's going to be at the bottom, but it's deciding it's 90% of the page, so it calculates the page, and it says like there's 10% here and there's 90% here. But when
recommend us to use the percent or the pixels?
I would recommend to use relative values, not pixels. But it really depends on your project, and really depends on the head of the project, because I prefer like, yeah, view height or whatever. Yeah, because it's relative. So whenever you move your page, go back to the inspector. If you use view height and you change something on your page, it's dynamic. But it's a lot of the people that I work with hate view height and hate view width because it's too dynamic. It's
Well, it basically divides like the part that you see on the screen, it divides into like 100 pieces. Yeah, and if you say like 90 VH, so it goes like 90 pieces. Yeah, it just takes the 90% of what you see.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just really dynamic.
Yeah, but this is where the problem would. So your question was if I recommend you to use pixels or dynamic values. This is what happens when you use dynamic values. It's 90%. It's always going to be 90% of every screen. It looks like something cool, but look what happens with the things inside it. The things inside it are weird. So I need to do with that as well. Okay, but what if you get the images, and every situation when you work in practice, the images will come from backend with heights of their own. You might get some fixed positions. Okay, but I'm gonna override it. I'm gonna make the width dynamic in my computer, but then you're gonna have two kilobytes images because it's 1,800 pixels coming from the backend. Then you put it here and it's 90%, but it's a huge image. It doesn't need to be that big. So maybe what you would do, you would actually put the width of whatever you exactly want it to be. It really depends on the case, but I always prefer dynamic. Or maximum width, yeah. But again, if you should use what what's best for the situations. I think for images, it's better to use pixels because then you have a fixed thing on every device, and you use media queries, which you will talk a bit later about, and then this width will change. Yeah.
Usually, I would recommend using percents for margin.
Yeah, or REMs. Margin. So you put a 2% margin. This is a. Say again?
Make it like responsive.
Yes, that's the whole idea. That's
Like add sign.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's the best way to do it is to use either fixed pixels with media query, or use fluid ones like viewport, like percentages. I like percentages because I'm lazy and you don't have to calculate, but viewport one are better. Modern JavaScript languages prefer using view height and view width. So yeah. Tea break, coffee break, water break.
We can also do lunch now.
We could do lunch now.
I mean, it's like we can do a break and then like 30 minutes.
Do you prefer having like a 10-minute break and then we work for like 20-30 more minutes and then we have lunch? We have a game coming up next. Yeah, cool. So then break and see you at 1:35.
Last night I drank one more
There is an exception to the exception, but the function is very good. So even the for example, this is not
Was it canceled? Yeah, but I always use that. I'm gonna write it short. Yeah, I was thinking about the same thing.
Ah, come on, it's like this is so. This is my favorite company. There's more. There's. Oh, I'll just send it to you on LinkedIn.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And the reason I like them, sorry for the language.
No, no,
It's translate to English. So if you can buy a ticket, blah blah, but you can also see where the bus is. Where the fuck? Racetrack. Oh, find where the bus is. So you say it's a bus from Aarhus to Brno, and it tells you when it leaves. But again,
and so I can call that number and ask if you can take some.
yeah, you could be nice and just call this guy directly.
Okay.
But you can also just pop up at Busholden class in Radisson.
Oh my God, that's so nice. Thank you so much. Oh, it will be much easier. Oh, thank you.
Yeah, that's yeah. Where are you? You're not here. What? I feel like we talked.
Yeah, you have a pretty life. LinkedIn.
Did we talk on Facebook?
No, LinkedIn.
What the fuck? Man, that's so weird.
E, not like I. Yeah, it's me first. Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. That's it. You're welcome. Yay. It will cost about €1 per kilo, so it's not that cheap.
Yeah, but it's much more expensive by DLS.
Yeah, I know.
Like,
No, like,
yeah, like,
and they take anything. So
oh, perfect.
we'll have a problem if we send alcohol.
No, it's just, no, just some
Moving.
person, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my
Ah, look, and you can even see it now. Like, you can see it on like that's where the bus is right now.
Oh my God. Very nice. Thank you. But from which are you city from? From Romania?
I am born in this city right there. I grew up there for a long time, but I moved here, and yeah, that's kind of where I am from these two cities. I was 6 years in the other one, so it's funny because I lived 18 years in my home city.
I actually know some words of it.
Oh no, I don't
Don't
know.
worry, I do stars.
I only know Polish.
So I also know Polish.
It's so good. So it's about time, but it feel like there's a few people missing. I don't know if you feel the same as like couple. So we'll wait 3 more minutes, 4 more minutes. Nice. Are you moving away? Are you coming here for the next 2 months? And she's moving away. Lucy is moving away.
Everybody's leaving.
Yeah.
No, we don't check about this. I got
It's gonna, so next weekend is HTML, then the other one is Git. And then I don't know, JavaScript. So I don't know if you have a break in between. I don't think so. Even less people now. So,
I saw your.
man. Funky. Who was it yesterday? Last night, you don't remember. It was so easy to look at it. Yeah.
Does it good? I didn't your CD, I saw it.
So.
Yeah, because he didn't post it as like a copy of it.
It's look, it's crazy. Look, it's here. It's already somewhere here. But it's we can do the inspection one.
just to show them how to open it.
How to work with inspector.
Okay.
And media queries and REMs and
So it will be like
yeah, I am between this. I think this is cool, but
I also have one link, really nice with explanation. Yeah, actually, this one with after play, it's a website.
This is the
this
Flexbox
one. Is it
website.
about? Yeah. Oh my God, I use it.
This
every
is the
time.
best.
Yeah. So maybe we can all send the link for. Also, it's about grid. If they. Yeah. It's really nice. I use it every time.
Let's go here.
And I think it's also about positioning.
This is the best one, but I think every time they. Oh, come on, let me click. Yes, yes, those are wonderful.
Yeah, I ate a lot of early, like I was afraid the next day I'm not gonna make.
But how? Here we go. So I think we're enough in the room, so we can actually start. Ladies and gentlemen, we have gathered here today to congratulate all of you in your class. I've sent you 2 links on Slack. If you would be kind enough to open at least the first one.
CSS tricks, do you know?
Yes, this is CSS tricks. This Svetlana would like to say something about this website, and I believe Alina and
Okay, so every time when I use in Flexbox, or like when I need to use like display flex and I don't know like which properties do I need or how it's working, because it's hard to have it in your head to remember it. So I just use this website, and for me it's like one of the best. You can find also about display grid. Yeah, also about positioning.
Yeah.
It explains so nice and clearly.
Yeah. Has pictures.
Yeah.
It's really awesome.
Is it educational website or?
Yeah, like if you will, yeah, if you will work with containers, yeah, it just really clear explanation, and you don't have to like Google, because sometimes information isn't the best one which you can find, but this is really nice website for you.
Yeah, that's really visual, so you don't have to read much of stuff. It's just like a cheat sheet.
Cool.
I would say cheat sheets.
Yeah. So when you will have to figure out what class thing to do, you can use this website. Or you saw me doing this quite a lot today. I click on write, and I think everybody can go to inspect. We've done this last time, and I think this works. And then you see here, and specifically with display flex, I think I already showed, but I'll do it again. You do display and flex and enter, and no capital letters. Okay. Let's make this small. Flex. Make this display. Okay, and now the inspector has this cool tool which functions, when you click on it, functions a lot like that one, and you just play around with your elements. And also, if you don't write stuff, for example, display, you can go in this computer tab and just scroll down, or Control F and go display. Nope, not there. Whatever. And you'll see that, well, in this case, we wrote something, but we definitely didn't write width. So this element has a width of, damn it, we wrote width as well. Bug. But we definitely didn't write Z index. So Z index is set under auto. So then you would think like, yeah, maybe I could, yeah. And if you're like me and you don't remember how to write things, besides the fact that this tool is awesome for telling you how to write things. It's like, oh, that's not it. To go back, display. Yeah, click and click. It also, yeah, it's very helpful. Like, for example, display flex, sometimes you use blah, blah, blah name center. I was like, okay, center. Justify content, that was the one. And then you click, I was like, because if you use it 2-3 times, you kind of remember the things that you like to use most. And for me, justify content is one of my favorite ones. Yeah, I will gladly show you more on this thing, though I don't know what I could show, but I could show you this cool game. We can play together the level 1 and level 2. So
I left 40%.
got it left 40. Should I put 2 dots as well? 40%. Yes, it moved.
How it doesn't slash.
No, because it says here, seems like Arthur lost, use justify content. So yeah, you can scroll into this this thing and it has a lot of data.
Yeah, you need to use justify content.
Yeah, so it's easiest if you just go justify content and you go here, click justify content, 2 dots, and it says center align item to a center container. It says hello, blah blah blah. Arthur defeats the great evil. Seems like Arthur lost some health. On the top, you can see Arthur's health. Use justify content property to make him reach the thing. So
Wait a second, but we did the same thing, only writing left.
True.
And the same result.
True, but it's not relative. It's not flex. I'll show you the difference. So this would be when Arthur actually hits it, and you can click check answer. But when I inspect the page, Arthur will move around the page, so it's still fine. When I use left, it's probably still going to be fine because was it 40%?
Yeah.
So yeah, we'll still be fine. But I don't know. You can use left. You just use left if you prefer. But the idea was that you will learn flex.
Yeah, but it doesn't accept it, so it should be justified.
Yeah.
Because the game asks us that.
Yeah, but in real life you can.
Yeah, but in real life, like it works. It was the same.
Yeah.
I would say it's better to use justify content.
It's always better to use flex.
Because with these like percentages, it's going to be different.
Yeah, and now you only have one element. What happens if you have 2 elements and you want to set them apart from each other, or you want to center both of them? Because now you have 2 elements. So let's write here justify content again. Did I save it? No. So okay. No, but I just wanted to say, like, if you have 2 elements, I thought I could get both of them. But yeah, thank you. Says flex end. Okay, let's flex end. So I have options. I'll just go with all of them. So I know flex end is the right one, so I'll just not do that. Flex start. So flex start, it leaves. Hey, what name does this guy have? Should we give him a name? What name do you want to be called?
King Arthur.
Oh, it has a name. Damn it, he has a name. So yeah, if you put flex start, it's everything is gonna be as the start. Space around. What does space around do? It shouldn't do anything because it's just one element. Oh, fuck. Space. I wish they would autofill around. It actually moves it to the center. Sweet. What does space?
So justify content center, it moves to center. Justify content space.
No, need to
Also,
No, it doesn't move to center. Basically, it just, if you had, for example, 2 Arthurs, so it would give you spaces between those 2 on right and left.
Yeah.
So it's going to be right.
I think that's level
left,
3.
Sorry, the first Arthur, right, left, second Arthur, right.
Oh. So flex, what was it? End? Sweet. And there you go. Whee! 10 hero points. And now he's got a friend. Now we actually end up to what you guys were literally just asking.
Marilyn.
Marilyn. That's such a nice name. Yeah, I'll let you guys play. Whoever reaches level 24. I would say I give a cup of coffee, but you know where it is. So we have candy. You don't have candy.
Yeah, we have.
We have candy. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. You can do any way you want. The idea is that I would like you to understand why. If you want to cheat, you can cheat. Doesn't. It's fine. The froggy. So much.
Yeah.
I thought that a knight might be more cool, but the frog is still the best.
I played the frog. And there is also some great stuff as well. Some great game. That's it. Oh, that's Flexbox.
There's 3 of them.
Flexbox.
Oh, there's one with zombies as well.
Flexbox Froggy, yeah.
First one, like it's. Yeah, and just like this one as well. Flex zombies. Let's see if I have the images. But sweet. I don't know if we have time, if we should do 2 games. I think they will get it through the first one.
We got it as a home last year.
You can just roll and tell and like there is like a link you can do it at home.
Not like homework.
Yeah, just to play.
Yeah, let's do that actually.
It actually helped me too.
Yeah. Where are they? Let's froggy. Froggy.
Cost production outages like this.
When I studied, they had one day out of 3 months of HTML, 1 day of CSS, and 1 day of Git. I don't think we even had a whole day of Git. And then they introduced us to JavaScript, and then we had to do a lot of HTML, CSS things in JavaScript. Like nobody showed me. So you had to learn it really fast and really.
I remember when we came from JavaScript to React, and we actually had to add some HTML.
Yeah. Yeah, it's awesome. I like those things. Yes. Actually, we will get paid for that.
One of the reasons I want to be a programmer is to work well on this.
I'm working on the weakness, there was nobody there. I have 2 screens, one of them is a movie or something. The other one I'm working. Whenever I like bored, I just open that and like, oh yeah, that's it. Yeah. Horrible. Woohoo. Hey guys, I found a way to cheat. You wanna know how to cheat? Fuck. Yeah. If you go on your inspector and you find this div ID game field, you can write there display flex and try all the options without having to.
Yes.
Should I do this?
I take that. Have you guys ever heard the term that goes to child play? Our job is to change.
When do you want to do lunch? They're about level 10, 12, so 10, 15 minutes, okay.
You just let me know, okay, I'll roll it.
Yeah. Yeah, we can just bring them here and put them here. That's good. It's good. Yeah, we should prepare a bit more. Hey, I know this one.
Yeah, it's similar.
But is it the same? It looks like a guitar.
Yeah, no, it's similar, but it's different design.
Sweet.
And also I'm waiting for another one. And also they told me about another thing and some tour. Just okay, what does mean some tour? And also there's some tour.
I think it's more like that one. It's
Yeah.
Kani, like that.
Yeah.
Sweet.
And some tour.
Sweet.
Yeah. And there is another one.
Yeah.
I will tell about it.
Yeah, that's perfect. I hope he likes it. So, so we just have content goals. Hey, that looks, that's exactly it.
Yeah. What they call it?
What is that?
Yeah.
Sweet.
This is actually.
That's exactly it. Yeah. Fucking crazy. Thanks a lot. Good to have these kind of friends. And this one. Content and So line items. Okay. Man. I'm reaching level 10. I don't know. Don't have any chance of winning. I'm reaching level 10 right now. So. If you want to give one different number, and then it moves target to the position. It's just ordinary time. Actually, something last position. So. Oh. Just different content. Right, wrong. Did you finish the game?
How many levels are there?
24.
So that's like the end. 24.
Everyone has well, that's really useful. Just don't use it. It's very useful. Just don't use it. If you can, don't use it. It just so by default they come in the order they're there in the HTML. So this is 1, 2, 3.
Yeah,
That's it. Just override it.
that's actually what I was thinking. If it's, could we just Like switch the order.
Yeah.
CSS.
It's very useful, but if you have to use it, you might have done something wrong.
Why can't you just change the
Busted. Okay. So we'll go back to number one. Yes, of course. There goes.
Se ha repetido. Yeah. Mr.
Yeah, we would have lunch right now, and you can complete this at home, or if we have some extra time after the next section of the class. Because, you deserve food.
Yes, we all deserve.
Okay.
That's the nicest thing. Oh, you deserve food.
Yeah, it's surprising to me sometimes. And who is the winner? Who finished first? The prize is licorice candy.
Nobody wants.
Yeah, he's
normal,
there.
normal Posa candy.
You was the first one.
Congratulations.
You have a prize for you. You was the first one.
And what about second one? Because I.
Okay, licorice candy. There you go.
What's mixed good? It's turkey and
Yeah, spicy tuna. Yeah.
Because I didn't
no, she was never good. Yeah. No, yes. Where did you get that? Oh, there. This is the answer, but no, we just keep them in the bag. It's a mix of everything. It says on there, it's tuna, and then this is avocado. No, it's white. This is chicken. It's not the right.
No, it's white.
Yeah, it's white.
Which one I guess?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
No, I don't think we're like.
Yeah, I saw them. Hey, what is work? Avocado. Tuna or choice? Actually, I do want. I think so. I think it's perfect.
Yes, I was sure.
Okay, I don't have extra.
Wow.
So wasn't the text wrap?
Yeah, no,
Reverse.
You're saving the answers.
Yes, I haven't finished yet. I'm still there.
Yes. In Office File Academy.
This is the best place.
You also go there?
I used to, I haven't done it for months.
And it's as well or
It's the, if you really want a better place, it's the graphic lab, and I think they're better.
Wrapping lab.
And they're also better with girls, because they actually have a specific YouTube channel for girls. They mix girls, so they mix white girls with blue girls. So I don't know what level you are, but it might be quite annoying. It might be very annoying when you go against the black belt and they go like, okay, but I'm wasting your time.
But they mix white with black.
They mix everything because it's a mixed class.
Like this.
Yeah.
I know.
I mean, I don't, it would be you against the guy with 130 kilos. It's also
Well, we do
mixed.
that.
Guy, he's way too good. But he's not a white belt anymore, right? He's a blue belt first.
Alex? Yeah, Alex.
He's out.
Yes, I was there.
I'm so happy. That's one of the reasons I didn't come anymore, because there's nothing I can do against them. It's not fair of me to go like, dude, I don't want to fight with
But
you.
I don't like this, he does dirty things. Like
Yeah, he does very
with the belt, he grabs you in the complicated way.
Yeah, he squeezes my ankle.
Yes, the other thing, or the, it's called, how is this part of what it's called?
Wrist lock.
How wrist, something like that.
Yeah.
Like he grabs you like this in your breast.
Yeah.
And it's like,
But who's your favorite one?
Normally I.
You're asking where they used to avoid it?
No, with this guy, there is the same guy. I think it's Rocky, but it's his last name.
Oh, yeah,
Stefano.
Mark.
No. Stefano.
The Chinese guy is my favorite one, but he never comes.
This is amazing. He got also the blue belt.
It's not good, because the guy is brown belt. Is so experienced. He just doesn't want the belt.
The thing is that they don't give you the belt if you like stop moving. How long you been doing?
Not long. But my favorite ones are Manus, the long tail guy. I was just
He goes to the competitions. It's very good.
It wasn't that good when I was there, so I actually managed to tap him out. I don't think they can do it again. There is Manus, the real Manus, the big guy.
There's the Magnus.
There's a blue belt or something. He is training every single day.
This is the one that I know with the yellow hair.
Old guy,
Yes,
or like
it's Danish.
they're both things. They're both about one is my size and he's a bit chubby and he's like very funny and
No. It's the tall one with the large hair.
which is like rock hard.
Yes,
Yeah.
and he trains every day. So
He is.
it must be him.
I'm gonna see that. What else? Also, Klaus was the one who was taking care of me when I was there. He's a bit older. Trainer is really nice. Does he still come actually?
I like Emil classes.
Yeah, it's so funny. It's funny.
Actually, I had to go back because I stopped for a month. Now I will.
Yeah, I miss going there every time I would come. I went there in autumn or something. And when we get home, I would take a shower and then my whole body would go in cramps.
Yeah. And also the math burns. Shit. That's very painful.
Yeah. But it's also very
So that why did you stop now?
I'm lazy. I couldn't go to class. I still can't do it. I go to work. I finish work around 5-ish. Class starts at 5, and I go there. Ends at 8. I get home at 10. Just exhausted for the whole week. And there's 2 classes in the weekend.
You're working with the programming or? Oh, okay. What happens to me is that I'm working in a hotel, so I do cleaning, and it's very physical stuff. So then going to jujitsu after that is like, no, I already got my jujitsu. No, thanks. No,
But, no.
but you should go.
Totally, man. No,
The group is really nice.
they're so sweet.
Yes.
And now that the big Alex is out, the group is really nice.
The what?
He was the only one that did it. Like everybody else, I like
Alex,
the big guy.
the one that makes this
Yeah,
tricky things. Yeah. I also had some problems with him. Like,
He just
like
likes
it's
it.
like you, yes,
He's a
But I
sailor.
was doing it, you know, when they put you to fight with everyone, and then you go
I
to
like
the
that.
line. Yes, I really like that, but then it was his turn with me. Then we were doing something really basic, but he just grabbed me in the air and let me go. So I hit my back, and I was like, why did you do this?
no.
What is wrong with you? And then I spoke with Alex,
Yeah.
and he said, you can just ignore him. Like when we do this exercise, if he's free, just let the next person go, and then we were fine.
Tell me the same thing. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. There's another guy, I don't remember his name, but he's got a son. So he sometimes comes with his son. But do you know like what I mean? But he's also very inconsiderate. He's not mean. He doesn't do it on purpose. Like,
Yeah.
but this guy, he's just completely reckless. You know, when we say like a blue belt, like no white belt, the first rule is speed comes with experience. Don't hurry. It's like the basic rule. He forgets that. He's a white belt, and he's like, it's like Alex, he fucked up my ankle. He fucked up both my hands. I have back pain because of him. I had this torn muscle because of him. But this other guy, he punched me in the face, like fist in the face, elbow in the face, knee in the face. It's like, you have to take it slow, dude. Like, I don't want to start with you. Like, if I gotta get home and I can't see where I'm going, like that, it's not worth it. Yeah, and nobody spars with him. He comes in, he practices alone. The guy who spars with him is Christian. Because Christian, you cannot destroy that. And he's small and he's light, but you can't lift him. He's
amazing.
He's amazing.
And when he's rolling with you, he's like, and it seems like it's not making any effort. And he doesn't even look at you, you know, this is the weirdest thing. Like, he's just feeling his body. It's crazy.
Yeah, you should teach some classes about that.
Yeah. He should be in like brown belt or.
He is. He just doesn't come that often. But what about? I'm gonna ask.
Yeah. We used to also go together on Fridays. Because he knows a lot. So he was like, he wants to be a teacher someday. So he was practicing with me, like doing like
Yeah. He also has the advantage that he has the job at the Fight Academy, so he is there at the main door. What's the guys, the 2 guys that are almost identical? What's their name?
So you know everyone.
I've been
And I
there for
know
several
everyone.
months, but I haven't come for half a year or so.
Half a year, well, yeah, that's when I started.
I don't go to that.
So you stopped and I started, oh no.
They're upgrading. My coworker, I just got a new coworker 6 months ago as well.
Mhm.
He's Brazilian. He trained in Brazil. His friend came from Brazil and was teaching a class at the fight academy. So he took him there.
Renato.
Maybe. Yes, sounds right. He is a white Brazilian guy. And he taught a class with a big black
He's
guy.
working in Lego.
I don't know the guy. I know my friend. He is
Sorry, I thought. I mixed everything. I thought your coworker is teaching.
so I have a 6 months ago, I got a new coworker whose friend is a teacher at
Must be Renato, because he was also,
probably.
I don't think there are other Brazilians.
It sounds about right. Fernando sounds about right.
Renato.
He's white, right?
Yeah.
That's just him. I'm asking about Inter because my friend took a picture. There was a black Brazilian and a white Brazilian next to him. And the teacher was the white guy. So like, okay, stop that. So just- But yeah, now he would like to start also, my colleague. Would like to restart, but he can't because he lives in Ireland.
Because what?
It's so far away, and he comes to class, and the class ends at 8 times, whatever. Then it takes like an hour and a half to go home. He gets home, and his kids are asleep, and his wife is asleep.
Yeah, no.
And what about the rest? Do you only go for jiu-jitsu?
I don't like MMA because of the fact that they can punch you in the face, and that's fine. So no,
Yeah, and they do it.
no thanks.
But they also do this sport boxing thing.
Yeah, but it's like a mix.
Yeah, but there's a class only for image boxing. What I don't know what it's called.
No, I thought that's the warm up. Like they warm up like that, and doing these very weird things. I don't know if you saw them.
When they jump.
Yeah, like
That's so
carrying
funny.
each
Oh,
other
yeah,
and
that's so
doing
cute.
things. Yeah,
I wish we would do that.
yeah. Ours is very like always the same thing.
No. Hey, when did you do jiu-jitsu before this one?
A few months in Argentina,
That's awesome.
but then the COVID came and I had to stop, and then I started again this year.
Good year to start. The war in Ukraine, but no COVID. So hey. I wish.
We should go back because I also have to go.
Tuesday, yeah. I liked it when they had the morning Wednesday class. What's his name? They still have it, the morning Wednesday class. And then it starts at 7 and ends at 9 or something like that.
They told me, but
It's perfect.
No
I
way.
start at 9:15, so like I'm on the phone in the bus and I'm like, I'm coming to work. And my boss started picking on me recently. Says I'm annoyed. But when I came to Denmark, I was working as a cleaner in a restaurant, so kind of how it starts. So. And I think a hotel is nice because it's
yeah, this is not the first job, but I've been in kitchens.
Yeah.
And in the street food, it's where like all the Argentinians are.
yes, that's true.
Yeah, it's
Yeah, that's
all
so
of
rich.
Argentinians. It's
That's
one
so
on each place. Yeah. That's a good place to start.
Yeah.
Everyone that comes, it's like just go to the street food. You're going to make friends, and I mean, it's not the big bad job.
No, it's okay.
I don't like it.
But it's too much work, I think. Yes.
Yes, I used to be in the Mexican one. People here are crazy about Mexican food. We have to go back.
I think so. Rene came into the room, and that's a clear sign that we should
That's
continue.
weird. Okay, I'm gonna go.
You don't want to take pictures outside or.
I just need like, I should also, I should take 5 minutes to talk about that.
What about right now? Maybe that's one of us. They're outside.
Like, I was doing like 1 different intervention. When do you want to start?
I wanted to start right about now, so maybe let's see.
Yeah. If there's more, then you're. Counted wrong. Remember to take the cake also. Yeah, there's cake up there. Alina brought cake. Georgie, please eat it because otherwise I will have to. Eat it, otherwise I will have to eat it, and I don't want to eat it. I'm going to be too.
Do we have?
Yeah, maybe.
There's always a one more thing that.
Because I'm apparently not so good at accounting. That's it. Or somebody can.
Good accountant. One extra is.
But yeah, it's not that terrible. But I counted 25. Maybe some people 4, 5, 6. It's also a lot.
Ah, what a nice picture.
Good.
Tak to je. I don't know what you're gonna do now.
Like basically for given moving and stuff, and I would like to if I don't have a question about moving my thank you so much for the
No, it's just a blessing.
you will have
And we have a lot of.
I let you know like
Let me, I have a friend. I have 2 friends in Brno, but I have a friend that I actually trust. They're in the LinkedIn. David, something. He's from Ghana. David. Oh, come on, what's her name? He lives in Brno. He's an awesome guy. He looks scary, but he's very kind. So,
I can just add him.
well, if you need anything when you're there, I don't know. Probably you don't. But, anybody else in Brno? No. his own.
Thank you.
Sweet. Good luck. Yeah, will be.
Can I say something? Because
Yes.
when I review homework, I've seen that like, they don't have a structure. They didn't have like main tag.
Yeah.
So it was like head, body, and
Yeah.
like we did.
So this would be a bad example of so I want Renee to talk, but I don't know if she's got it that I wanted him to talk before. So
I will be there like 20 minutes.
no, so I'll start with this. You didn't, but I'll be here probably. So yeah, it's about time. My darling, whatever. Anybody who's so before. Can you do it after? Yes. Oh yeah. All right. Who wants to see a really awesome website? That's great. Yes, that was the next one. It was actually. But I don't have a really good one, but I have a really bad one. So what happens with your website when your CSS is a bit off, or your content is just wrong, or you get these things, which is God, so hard. No, it's and it's not even like, let's see what happens when I do this thing, and I try to make it more mobile friendly. But where's my website? Ah, there's my website. By the way, one thing I didn't tell you, you can also do this and see how it looks on a phone. And if you're really creative, you can put your exact phone here. You edit it and you add your phone. They have a lot of them. But today we will talk, in continuation, we'll talk about some media query things and responsiveness in general. And regarding your home, Svetlana would have to add something which is related.
Yeah, I've seen this homework which I checked. There is no like structure. So remember that you always have a head. In a head, you have like meta text, and then you have a body. In body, you will always have like a header, main, and footer. So in some homework, there wasn't like main tag at all. So remember about structure. Also, like pay attention for section, article, like read about it more. So like in body, it will be like always main.
Yeah.
Main, that mean like main content inside. Yeah. Yeah, with CV it's okay if you don't have footer and header because it's just CV. Don't worry, but like pay more attention for next homework. So you have like header, main, and footer. So you have in your head like a structure. So if it's head, so it's meta text, and you have there like title and links to your CSS file. Like read maybe one more time about it.
And yeah, almost, yeah. Then also close your tags. That was it, because there's no responsiveness if you don't close your tags. Now I've been told that this is a good website, so I'm just moving on. This is a good website because it's easy and it's a dating app, and oh wait, that's not, but it's a simple website, and it's very, it seems to be. So if you need, it's sutfa.com. They don't pay me, but if they want to, I'll take the money. And it should be responsive. Let's go back to responsive here. This is how a full screen desktop would be, and get it smaller and get it smaller. And oh, those images are realigning. That's Flexbox over there. They're getting smaller. Now it's a bit too small. Yeah, I also see that I have stuff there. I don't know. What happens if I click one of these? Oh, one of these? Is this still anything? Yay, I got big stuff. Look, it's there. See, and they have a max width here, so it doesn't overflow my page. But what's happening actually probably is that they have some media query which starts moving things when, see, around 800 and no 799, 98, 800. A media query means that on a specific screen size, bigger than or smaller than, you do something in CSS. But you don't want to do that something all the time. You want it only sometimes. So you get this thing that is called a media query. And there you go. No, oh, let me click that way. Media. So it says this one, it's readable. It's maybe not the most readable thing, but it says on media. So yeah, on a screen. Okay, so we know it's a screen for anything with a minimum width of 350. So if it's 349, this does not apply. Then you have display flex. And because I like this, I really love display none. It's probably my favorite type of display. Hey, because my screen is bigger than 350. But let's see what happens if it actually happens. Come on, let me click. So the screen size is 1,700. This should work. Hey, I got them back. Ah, let's make this bigger. Ah, it's perfect. Oh no, I lost it. And now you know why I like display now. Moving on, if you asked earlier today, what happens if you don't use any CSS or something like that? This is what happens when you don't have any CSS. Shouldn't we just hold on to this? Who needs images in the background?
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, and this is not even true because this has CSS since this is underscored. So I'm willing to bet there's CSS here. So this is a complete lie. Oh, it's a tag. So HTML5 and modern things put underscore under it. So yes, it doesn't have any CSS. This comes from yeah. Cool. But the proof that this cannot be edited, this is not real CSS, is that you actually cannot go in here and do anything. But you can do this. Text decoration and yes, no, somebody was telling me. Yeah, so no more text decoration. It's an interesting thing to see, but it's also very, very, it's actually quite reactive, I would say. It's overreactive because there's no CSS there to bother me. It's all the same list of stuff. Moving on. This is an example, a code inspiration from Judith, I think, about a company, which we don't say its name because it's totally not evil. It really isn't evil. I think you guys know this. Right. And what am I supposed to do with this? Just show it to you guys. Again, a media screen min width. I have an example somewhere here where it actually shows more media because you can put a lot of stuff. You literally communicate with, okay, let's just Google this. You can communicate with, oh, sweet, not closing that. Media screen, oh, media CSS.
I took the code from here.
Sweet. This is the best place to steal because it's always right, but it's sometimes wrong, but it's definitely always right.
It worked.
Yeah, right. That's the definition of right. So this is how you would write it. Can anyone read me this paragraph in human language, not in computer language?
Assign media
Yeah.
screen and
No.
The size of the screen is 1600 pixels, so it won't be displayed.
Yeah. Anyone want to add anything to it? So yeah, it says if your screen is maximum 600, this div, a random div that has a class display will not go there. That's
Could
exactly.
I ask question according to what we should
Yeah.
to choose the max and minimum?
That is a great question. And I always get confused with one thing, because I like to use the minimum width, but I also like to use the maximum width. So I cover everything there. I make very precise rules. It's good to use one or the other, not mix them. So if you're gonna go with min, it's good practice to always go with min. You can. Nobody's gonna be upset if you mix min and max. But try to, for example, say that max width would be 400 and min width would be 800. And this means that your code will behave somehow until 400. Nobody knows what's happening afterwards, but actually no, because it's min 400, whatever. Min 400, that means from 400 upwards to 800. So until it's 400, nobody knows what's happening. Between 400 and 800, people will know. And maybe I should show. This is an example of my beautiful code. Min, I should not write this. At media. That's not right. That's not right. Shit. That. This one says that when you print it, so media print, when you print this, you would have padding left and stuff. So it's not only on screens, you can also use it for print. This is a fancy way of writing the same thing. It's breaking point up. So it means this is max height, width, max width on large screens. So I don't know. Should I continue here? This feels like I'm doing something wrong. We in practice we have a file. Not you, also not you. Nope. There you go. Fuck. There you go. So we have a little file somewhere with breakpoints, each one of these screen sizes. That is a variable, yes. And you would, when you write it, you would write grid breakpoints LG, but we improved the code in time, so now we just write LG because we're.
Take those codes.
Yeah, you can actually, and it doesn't really matter. I cannot give it to you, and not allowed, but it's the open repository. So if you search for Bilka to go on GitHub, you will find it. There's nothing. Well, there is one folder here that you shouldn't see. Everything else is fine. Well, anyways, it was just to show you that you don't need to be screen. It can be print. Normally, in every situation, it's screen. We can try it for like a little exercise here. So let's say max width 700, flow direction column. Well, I'm evil, so I'm gonna put min. Also gonna try to type properly. So on min width, something will happen. Boom, because this condition no longer applies. So flex direction right now, I was went to that default. And I don't know if you recognize the flex direction by default is row. Then that was actually the whole style thing with media query. Right. Let's go a bit next and see this other inspiration from T Online. Larry the dog. I actually know that Thomas made this page. Let's see how it's responding. Does it? Is it really? Oh, but that was a CodePen that responded.
So it wasn't the website?
No, it's not that responsive. Like nothing happens to Larry the dog in this situation. So what is it going on here? Oh, he doesn't have any media query. Did I miss it? Was that it? No media queries. So the browser will treat this all the time. It's not mandatory to use media queries because you can use Flexbox and Flexbox will mold things for you. But if you want to be precise, it's pretty good to have it. Let's go to the next one. Do websites need to look the same in every browser? I kind of feel like we replied this, we answered this question. It's funny because this is a perfect example of media query, you know, being just abused because like all right, it's the same. What about if I go on a I don't have an iPhone, so let's just enjoy myself right now. It's exactly the same. Sweet. And now we have an exercise. Do you feel like exercising? Sweet. I said myself. So I need to stretch out. But try to recreate this. You have a template over here, which you can take it. I'll just repass this this page on our.
You mean that blue website there? We should recreate that.
Yeah, you have this website already built. The only thing you don't have is it doesn't have media queries, so it doesn't flip.
So you should see how it transforms.
Yes. The thing that transforms here is this bar, this nav bar. And these two elements, instead of being one on top of the other, they move. You don't need to worry yourself about the nav bar if you don't like, but that's an extra exercise if you want. Just make these two change direction. Make sense?
Would you send?
I have, it's on, I sent it myself. I sent myself. That's, did I? No, it's on the Slack, this page. And if you click on, if you click here, you will see the code. I would say you should download this in your own repository, but it's up to you. You might have, yeah. That's easier. The hard way is actually need to clone it or fork it or something. So there's an easy way and a hard way. I would say the easy way is just go on here, create a folder and put in the insides. You can also clone it and yeah, a bit more work there. It's really not what I meant to do. Yes. So, oh. Whoa. So everybody should have this page. Yeah. And everybody's page should break like that. Says, let's go to the top. So that side to side. Yes. Yes. Example. There's a text on the left. There's the image of yeah. So just to make it clear, the exercise is you have a text on the left side and you will have the image on the right side. So like this side will be image, this will be the text, and then when you make the thing smaller, the image should go on the bottom. You can use flex. It would be nice if you use media queries because this is what the exercise is about, but you can do it any other way you want. Actually, I think you do need to use flex. I think you need to use both flex and media queries. Because if you put flex row on every thing, it just keeps flex rowing. And then if you put column, it flips. fine.
Change this one.
Yeah. This is what happens if, so I just, first of all, I should go here and say, what is this correct? So this is just display flex in normal conditions, but when I make it small, I'm just flipping it. So I actually should put these opposite column. I should put this row. And I'll just take this out because so just with flex in itself, you'll need to tell it to wrap or not to wrap. You can do a lot of things, but if you use media queries, you can tell it how to behave in situations that flex does not do.
Like more precise.
Yes, and it helps flex. It can do a lot of things, but it cannot do everything. So like, for example, this one says no wrap on a column. But in this case, let's say it's a row. Row. So it's a row, but what happens when you flex won't know because you haven't told it yet what to do. So when you add a media query here, I don't know if I can write, but I think I can. Media screen input. Then I need to put it in. I wonder if it's going to work. Yes, screen. Ah, thanks. I just wonder if it's going to work. Yeah, it shouldn't. It won't. Anyways, I'll just comment it out because it cannot work. So when I've helped it with telling it that it's a media screen, then it knows what's gonna happen. It's like, oh, okay, my screen goes like this.
This is with media.
This is with media. So the Flexbox part of it is making it smaller and all these things. It orients them, it arranges them, but yeah. Sorry. Sweet.
To write the correct amount, like minimum width and maximum width, we just need to search like what is the minimum width of the device.
Oh, but no, it's you can find out what some device was, but it's kind of what you decide. So, for example, in SE, it's 375. This is the screen. On Samsung Galaxy, it's 360. So the point is about 375 right now.
375.
Yeah, but you kind of have to guess. It's no like these values that we put here. It's what we decided. Small screens, extra small screens. It's David and Jakob and Joanna.
I think they also have this
Yes.
already package.
Yes.
Or it's not advised to do so.
No, Bootstrap is the best. Everywhere here, you will see Bootstrap. So this is Bootstrap with 100.
It does the same basically that this media queries.
No, Bootstrap does the normal classes. So if I'm gonna see display flex here, I don't have Bootstrap on my project there, but I could put deflex. That means display flex. It makes it more readable for you as a human because instead of going to the CSS and trying to match in your mind where the CSS is going, Like this is margin left auto, and it's readable. This is own class, a line item center. This does what it says. That's one of our own classes. This is display none. It's for these like one line things that you would do in CSS. This helps you, and yeah, they're not it does it only replace basic CSS, but the media query I don't think it does. Let's find out. Media Bootstrap. Very important. So Bootstrap has this system, which is what we have as well, just a bit more. And then when you use this, it's basically what we saw as media min width replaces it, and then instead of having it has a variable here that it's SM because and then when you debug stuff, it's
so it's like we learn it's like a car with mechanic and automatic, and
yes.
now we learn mechanic.
Yes.
Automatic will be so easy for us.
Yes, because yeah.
So you move to the next step, which is bonus. So that's
Return to the main screen.
You don't need to focus on any side of it. It's ugly. It just has to flip when you change screen. You can focus on the side.
So you have to do selector and the product.
Because the text one justified from this perspective. This is the one that gives.
For the goal, yeah, it's a good school and
Elements here.
Yes, and one yeah, that you need to find an image and make them the latest image percentage. If you give it as a pixel,
It's probably because you put a fix there.
Yeah, you can do it to class.
Because some is the third thing, because what's happening right now is because your image is fixed for some reason.
No. That's this kind of. No, I'm trying to find the.
Yeah, for these figure. Yeah, take the 100% of the screen size. So when you change the size of the yeah. Yeah, it's already the width of the width as a default 100%. So if you want to put yeah, not necessarily. Actually, not necessarily. So now we have just a text and the image, and the image takes 100% of so it will be resizable as the width of the screen. So, or if you want to. Just this.
Yeah. No. So under education, you added under education, and then you write a new line. Oh, you can do more. So I can no, not for myself, but you added here, no headline. Right? So you said you could do this? Yeah. You can do this? Yeah.
What about last week?
I don't think anybody showed them.
Okay, I think because I can see some of them working good and some of them are.
Let's do that. I also need to install this as an extension because I also don't have it.
So it's better to work and see changes.
Much better.
Okay, so how do you define by direction? Which direction?
It doesn't matter. Like you can write in your Bible, and then you add it under education. Oh yeah. It's just what's yeah.
So this is the role among all of us, and this is the execution.
There you go. Let's see if we also
Yes.
Yeah. Actually, there should be
So the part says that
Semantic elements and if you write in CSS or make something in the CSS, take the same element name. Here you have to find it. So we're not to change because that's a section. Yeah, so just change the name. Okay. Just give it in mind. Every time we will check the sequence.
Because the body is an element inside.
Yes.
Thing here, this is a lot. So the body is inside. This media means what the user sees. So if you remember that tree and have a div inside of it, inside of it, but the body itself is inside the seed. So your targeting strings is a bit more target inside the space, which will then by the body. So the body is one level inside.
Do you use
I don't know if this works as CSS like all of it because it's CSS.
Before, those were.
Yes, these are the bugs that are most annoying.
Why did you lie to us? You said you're not good at teaching. But it's really interesting. Yeah. Well, that's good.
Yeah, it's funny. It's really weird.
So, who has not finished yet? One, two. I'll come there. You two? Should I come in?
What lines are that's
So since everyone has almost finished, if you need to, we will do it together right now. So let's do it together and we'll do it fast. But before that, Maher actually came up with a really good idea. I don't have this installed on my computer. And I would strongly suggest that all of you go to either the marketplace or just Google VS Code Live Server. And if you don't want to Google it, you just wait for a second. I'm going to pass you the link anyways. And you go here, and then you install this magnificent thing. I don't remember if we got it last time. And there you go. It popped up. And I click install. And in the meantime, I'm gonna share this to the group. You might have to restart. I have no idea if it's what's gonna do. It seems to be fine. And then my code thing is here. What this does, it allows me to click right and open with Live Server, which makes life so much easier.
Right down here. You have bottom. Yeah, right.
I have bottom.
Can you see? It says port because right now Live Server is yours. Yeah.
Ah.
If you disconnect, go to go live.
Wee.
And other good extensions, there's like VS Code icons, I don't know, bracket hair color, better comment.
Could you just add it to the Slack?
Yeah, I use these comments and it's like make it really easier.
Sweet.
Send it to Slack so it's better.
I think that this one and prettier are the things that makes your life easy. But going to the thing, let's finish this task together, and I will delete my thing here. So now I don't have any CSS. So let's refresh. I guess that's it. So anybody want to give me a hand to do this? What's the first thing I do? Yeah, so I should make a setting for mobile. All right. Oh, wrong sign. Media screen. Come on. And max. Who's this max guy? Width. Ah, thank you. I am a bad student already. Max width, anybody?
700 pixels. I can get
700 pixels.
It's good enough, seriously.
It's a good number. I wish I had $700 euros.
Yeah, now it's not responsive.
So it won't be responsive because it's yes, apply flex, but let's target it.
Exactly. So responsive.
Responsive, then this curly thingies.
Display flex or flex direction.
I think you're both right, but flex direction.
Column.
Boom. What? You mean here?
I don't think you need display flex.
You do and you don't, because you'll see what will happen. It's
Oh yeah. Actually, you do. I have read two different.
So what you have different, and it's actually the better way. But come on, do something.
You know what was the problem? The picture.
It's not
Or use the main.
At first, you
Not
have to
with-
put display flex.
I also should save and refresh my page.
For the picture, you can go like flex direction wrong. Yeah, it's got to be wrong.
No, it has to be.
Can you use manual?
So
Responsive need to be flex.
one thing that is happening here is that this media screen tells to the computer, the Chrome actually, that on screens and of max width do this thing, but then Chrome doesn't have a default value, doesn't know what this is. This should work. I have no freaking idea what it wouldn't work, but probably I did. It doesn't look like it's broken. But the right way to actually have done this would be to have a default thing. And then, boom. But I also don't need to have display flex twice because this rule overrides my existing one, so rewrites it. So if I do this, this would be the best way to write it. So let's go again. Okay, it's the other way around. somehow I did it freaky weird. Let's see, it's not here. I should have the media screen. So maybe it's because I'm writing it in this direction. It's still not there. Come on. Oh, Python. Yeah. But I should have the media query there. Ooh.
700 pixels.
Yeah, that's in the beginning. Sweet.
Yeah.
Funky picture though. Wee. Yeah, so any question?
Why did you write responsive 2 times? Like one time inside media query and one time.
So you mean display flex?
No, actually, why we.
It's a moment style. Like you're styling everything and then.
You
can make another.
you asked this line.
Yeah, this do, yeah, why 2 times?
So what's happening, and this will be very confusing, and I'll do my best to try to say it in a clear way. You have 3 elements here. Because my CSS is very ugly right now, you cannot see it. But if I'm going to format it and make it look nice, you'll see that, oh, come on, format it. Do I have an extra bracket? No. No, but anyways, I can write it with my own hands. Not happy, but do the grunt work. So this would be if my code would be slightly cleaner. Okay, now it's better. This responsive class is inside another element. It's not a class. It's not a tag. It's the media element. So this says that on your screen, so on different size screens, specifically this screen, when it has a max width, then tell me some CSS I'm supposed to do. So if I wouldn't have, first of all, if I wouldn't have this curly bracket, then it would be not broken because it doesn't know where he should apply this rule. Where does the browser apply this rule? So you need to tell it that, yeah, these things you apply there. And then the reason you have another class in it is that you need to tell it where to apply the rule. The same problem is from the beginning. So you can easily just have a div. Yeah, you can have a div. And do we have anything else on this issue? Yeah, image. Yeah, have an image, and then you can have a H1. But you can also be lazy and just do what H3 and A and just do it like this, and that's also valid code. And this would be color. Oops, that's the wrong place. Blue. Yeah, I see. I just put it in the wrongest. Is it the wrongest the word? It should be right. So come on. I miss my mouse. I miss my mouse so much. So yeah, everything is blue now. But let's say I don't like the A tag to be blue, and I'm just gonna delete it from here. Let's leave it like that. What's gonna happen? It's still working. It's just very confused. It doesn't know what H is and is looking for H. In normal situations, it's gonna give an error. Maybe it even gave an error. No, it didn't. So you should not do that. What I did, but it doesn't confuse it. Sweet. We will move forward. We have one more thing we should look over, and I believe then you will be free to go. But this is another exercise. So if you go back to this Notion site, at the second to lowest thing, so many times. So it's this link. It's sometimes this Notion thing has, and then you click on this, and then it has a task. Download the starting point for this.
Which link did you click on?
Second to last.
A good example is
Media queries.
okay, media queries.
Right, and then we go here, and underneath task, there's a download the starting point. And this takes you to this beautiful Git thingy where you have an HTML file, and that's it, with styles in it and everything. You can do the same thing as you did before. I will be, again, very lazy, and I'm just going to override this index thing. Yeah, I think I copied a bit too many things. Yeah, these lines, they shouldn't be here. So save. And you can be smart people. I love that I always. But there ain't no CSS. The CSS is inside here. Yeah, which is not the nice way to do it. Yeah. So speaking of which, you can delete that line. Hey, we improved the code. And the task is right here. Yes.
Make a response.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. That's the task. Make it look like this thingy as much as possible and responsive. It should be not too long. And after you finish that, I will applaud all of you. It was a good day. Oh, let's do this. So the first thing I will start with is a display class flex on class VSC initialize, or whatever class you might have there. And if you don't, it's the body. Makes it much readable. Yes, sir. Oops. Sorry to disturb, but I think it's a bit late and I really don't want to hold any of you more than 4 o'clock. So you can take this as a homework. Otherwise, you can just drop it. There's another homework that is a bit more fun. So the homework for next week.
Slack, or we should go and get it ourselves.
I will put the link there on Slack so everybody has. Your homework is to replicate this site and to use media queries when you make this page, this one pager here, and use media queries so that it behaves differently on smaller screens and bigger screens.
We have to make it from zero.
From zero, this page. It's a H1 tag, web development. Then this looks like a paragraph. Then this is a nav bar. You can use a div. This is an image tag. So 1 element, 2 elements, 3 elements. This is a
any image that we like.
anything. Be free. Just make it look layout like that.
Would you please go down for the logo?
There's a couple of.
I hate that part.
Sweet. This is what I'm gonna check when I check it home.
Like, how can I find it?
Yeah, I just have.
Google Maps. It's API or.
No, this is image. This is a picture.
Not API.
No, it's just a picture. It's just a lot of navs, and this is display flex and the column. This is a display flex and the column. This is display flex and the column. But this whole thing is a display flex and a row. Or if you want to be mean about it,
to put links there that you when you put the mouse
nope.
on it. So.
You can do that. You can do a hover effect. But what I would like to see is that when let me find the real website. Hey, funding. Yeah, whatever. That's not how it's rated. They have a footer here at the base. These 4 elements go fast. And when you change screens, these elements, you also have 4 elements at the base of that page. When you change screen size, these elements become 2 rows instead of 4 rows. You can do this with Flexbox. You can do it with media queries. You can do it with both. That's better. Yeah. So it's yeah. It's very much similar to that one. I will just pass this link while Rene will say anything, and the criteria are here. This is what we will look for when we review the homework, and this is what we will want to give you feedback. Please use kebab case in your naming convention. If you don't want to, write a comment there. I just don't want to, and we'll ignore it. And please use an H1, and otherwise, yeah. Sweet.
2 minutes, okay, with me.
Oh, you need my laptop?
Yes. Oh, yes. No, it's mine.
I like my laptop.
Okay. So like I said, normally during Sundays, right after the stand-up, we'll take like 5 minutes. Maybe we'll do like an energizer, or if there's some practical things that I want to go through, we'll do it there. But now we're doing it at the end. So this week you did your first like homework assignment, and all of you submitted, and you did it in the channel. And Raman, you asked like when to submit it, and ideally it's like by Thursday or Friday, because then the mentors can maybe give you feedback before today, so that if you got feedback from anybody and you had some questions, maybe you could ask them here or whatever, or you would know what to improve on or what to work on today. But submit it anytime within the week. And there's always like, maybe there's a week where you're extra busy or you have more work or whatever, and you can't submit it on time. Then it's okay, submit it later on, but for your own sake, you know how this, like, it all piles up, and especially when we get into JavaScript and so on, and it gets a little bit more complicated, it's not so nice to have 3 or 4 homework assignments that you need to submit later on, no? So for your own sake, just try to keep up and get it done during the week, yeah? But you could submit it anytime, but if you want to be sure to get feedback, then as early as possible, of course, you know? But this time we have really good homework reviewers doing it on time and really nicely. So that works out. I'm also going to add you to another channel on Slack. It's called the Need a Review. So actually, it's also a little bit on you to, if you have not got a homework review, especially if you submit it late, to ask in the Need a Review channel, hey, can anybody review this? Because your homework reviewers for the module can, but anybody else in the Hack Your Future community can also, okay? So if you are late to submit, or if there's a homework that you have not gotten a review on, you could post it in this channel and just ask, hey, can anybody review this? How many of you did you see I posted the link to the recordings for the class? Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, it's in the class 24 channel. It's also at the very, very top. I posted a link to YouTube. If you want to watch it, you know, if you don't have any series to watch left on Netflix, you know, if you want some entertainment, you can watch the recording back. Or if you did not come and you couldn't be online, whatever, if you're sick, then you can watch it there, okay? I cannot like guarantee that the sound and everything, because sometimes like people move around and whatever, but we're gonna try to do our best, no? So you can follow along. Okay, so transportation expenses, okay? Here's the thing, there's 2 things. You can post them every week, or you can wait and do it like once a month, okay? It is completely up to you. For me, yes, like once a month is best, because then I don't have to do it every single week. If you do it once a month, just post, this is for this time, this is for that time, this is for the other class, like add them up, right? So write 150 plus this plus this, then I will know that it's for each week, okay? You can post them after every class, or you can collect them every month, okay? Or at the end of the course, it's completely up to you, okay? You can do whatever fits. For the car people, yeah, you have 2 options. One is to fill up like the exact amount, like Anton, no? Like you have been doing, you fill up the exact amount and then you post the receipt, yeah? You can also just calculate and say like for every, you need like this amount of gas for each time. There's 4 times in a month. So it roughly gets to 640 kroner, which is maybe like 1 tank or whatever, you know? And then you can provide that receipt only. Yeah? And you don't have to have a receipt for every class. Yeah, just roughly calculate how many times you were there and how long they're of a distance and what it costs, and then post that. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Who was it? Dima, or you had the question, no?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. So you can do it like you can go to the gas station every time, or you can do 1 or 2 that amounts to what it would cost for a month. Okay. If you still have any questions, because maybe it's a little bit complicated, let me know. Okay. I'll maybe also post this. Okay. So to the most exciting, every week, maybe I will have some homework for you, which will not be coding related, since it's not my expertise, but it's going to be about the job search part of things, you know, like all this other stuff that you need to be able to find a job. So the first thing is, like, how many of you have a LinkedIn profile? Okay, yeah, so about half, you know. For next Sunday, make a LinkedIn profile if you don't have it. Yeah. If you do have it, update it. And if you want an example of a really, really good one, you can use mine. No.
Isn't it like Instagram?
It's like Instagram, but
Without bikini photos.
yes, without the bikini photos, unless you are a model. Yeah. But no, you can look at mine. You can look at like Chris's or Daniel or maybe Maher's. I don't know how yours is, Maher. But like just look around, get a profile photo, get like a cover photo as well. Put something in the about section, right? And maybe most importantly, put hack your future in as well. Yeah, under education, not employment, because then it will show up that you're like a staff at Hack Your Future. Put it under education. Yeah, that you're a student at Hack Your Future. You're learning front-end web development. Yeah, and then fill out the rest as well, like all your experience. If you did volunteering, whatever it is, fill it out so it looks nice. Okay. Later on, we're gonna be working more with it, but create a LinkedIn profile if you don't have it. Yeah, because so much you need it, you know. And I think any like serious recruiter or company would go and check it out, you know, as well as your GitHub, of course. But it's so important to have. Yeah? You can also follow like Hack Your Future's page, connect with me maybe if you want to. Maybe the other Hack Your Future staff as well, right? And we're gonna do more on that later, but just make sure to have a nice LinkedIn profile for next time, okay? So fill it out nicely, at least with the photo and the experience, yeah? And under education, add Hack Your Future, that you're a student Hack Your Future. And bonus, next time, if you want to, if you do not have like a really nice profile photo, we'll take one, okay?
I was
So,
about to ask that actually.
yes. So like I just pulled up these random examples I just found, you know, this guy, Hussein and Svetlana, they're really nice photos, yeah. That like they look professional, right? You can see who they are. So if you want to have a photo taken, I will take one, okay? I'm not professional at all, but we'll just go outside, we'll take a photo. So yeah, do wear whatever you want to wear.
Svetlana's photo, that's actually what you have taken.
Yeah, it's right out there. It's that wall out there. Okay, so that's an offer, special exclusive offer. Yeah, we'll talk about payment and stuff afterwards. Okay, but I hope you had a good first week, first two weeks now.
Yeah, and if you want feedback on LinkedIn, you can send it to me. I like to give people feedback on LinkedIn.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, you
so,
yeah.
I can give you some.
Yeah. Okay. We'll talk more about it, but just have a good LinkedIn.
Yeah. And if you don't think it's important to do it this week, it is because things are gonna get difficult.
Yes. Yes. Thank you guys so much. Thank you.
Cool. Sorry for not adding stuff faster. The LinkedIn.
No, you shouldn't have.
Yes.
I just remember
Just all
regarding the homework.
Yes.
Like we need to make it responsive instead of 4 columns, so it's like 2 columns.
Yeah.
And before I remember I
You can
learned
use table.
like column. I think it's Bootstrap. It's
Yeah, you
long
can
time
use
ago.
Bootstrap. You know how to import Bootstrap?
Yeah, I think so.
You do. Okay.
And the other thing is, now I use Python. Maybe it's better to install VS Code like everyone.
It's a detriment for you now, but if you get used to it, then it's gonna be fine. The only thing you'll be missing out is this thing in here where you can actually share. I think it's this one actually. But when you will work together, you might want to have this installed because then you can work on their computer. They can work on your computer.
And also this all extensions and stuff.
Atom has its own. So let's do one more tab here and go Atom with here.
And yeah, we have Beautify.
Yeah, Beautify. So you're not missing out on it.
Okay, thank you.
Bless you. And it's you can use columns as well if you desire. I like columns. I used to like them quite a lot. So.
Yeah, Bootstrap is cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And yeah. Yeah, I know what. I didn't get a hug today.
You didn't get a hug?
Yeah, tough as hell. I should prepare better. I dug myself in a hole in the beginning and I haven't gotten myself out. I tried to explain about something.
Do you want to take the cake?
No, I
really
know
don't wanna
because I
take
eat it. I eat it.
Can you just put it in the fridge? Maybe
Yeah,
it'll make
for
an out
people?
people, yeah.
And what about somebody wants to, no? I think somebody.
All right.
Does anyone want a cake?
Who has kids?
Somebody needs to take the cake. Go to share with your friends, family. whoever you have.
People you like?
Yeah, just take the cake somewhere. We can all take a piece.
Yes.
Yeah, just take the cake. It's a really amazing space back home.
Well, thank you for today, everybody. Have a nice day.
I want to get out of here first. Ah, fuck.